Miller,
Here.
Teague,
Here.
Thomas,
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. Item number 2 is evaluations. Consider a motion to adjourn to executive session to evaluate the professional competency of individuals whose appointment, hiring, performance, or discharge is being considered when necessary to prevent needless and irreparable injury to those individuals' reputations, and those individuals requested a closed session. Could I get a motion to adjourn to executive session, please?
So moved. Taylor.
Second, Weiner.
Roll call.
Sorry, I didn't bring it. Burgess?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Weiner, sorry.
Yes.
Harbison.
Yes.
All right. Motion passes 7-0, and we will adjourn into the city manager's conference room for a closed session. We just finished an executive session, and we're on to item number 3, which is adjournment. Could I get a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved. Alter.
Seconded, Burgess.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Burgess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We will be adjourned until 6 p.m., which will go into our formal meeting at that time. We will come back to our work session after the formal meeting. All right, well, welcome to the City of Iowa City on this 12th day of July 2022. This is the City of Iowa City's formal meeting, and it is just after 6 p.m., and I'm going to start with roll call, please.
Alter.
Here.
Burgess.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Teague.
Here.
Thomas.
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
All right, well, we have a full room today. Really appreciate everybody coming into your city hall, so welcome. Our second item is special presentations, and this is 2A. And this is special recognition for the Iowa City Fire Department and Johnson County Ambulance. And we're going to invite Chief Lyon up. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. Tonight I share with you a special event. It's the saving of a life. This life-saving moment is a direct result of the professionalism and of our members and of Johnson County Ambulance in working together. Ambulance Director Fiona Johnson is with us tonight. She's going to help hand out some awards, as well as Deputy Chief Nurnberg. On May 25th, 2022, Iowa City Engine 4 and the Johnson County Ambulance were called to a local convenience store regarding a sick person. While responding, they soon realized that the incident was much worse, and it was indeed a cardiac arrest. At that time, Engine 1 and the battalion chief were also added to the event to help out at the scene. Responding crews arrived on the scene 3 minutes and 25 seconds later, so they got there nice and quick after being dispatched, and confirmed that the patient was indeed in cardiac arrest and began CPR. After the patient received additional medical treatment from personnel, they were taken to the hospital for further care. On June 17th, 2022, the patient stopped by Station 4 to thank the members of the fire department. That patient is with us tonight. Connie is here in the room with us, and she'll come up here in a moment to help hand out some commemorative coins. The timing of the call on May 25th was truly significant. 30 minutes before the call came out, members of Engine 4 had just completed CPR and AED refresher training. At the same time, when the call was received, the Engine 1 crew was heading to Station 4 to receive CPR training as well. So needless to say, the timing was quite ironic. So tonight, we're going to recognize some members with certificates and commemorative coins. Chief, Fiona, Connie? Would you like me to come up there or stay down? The first member we'd like to introduce tonight is Lieutenant Todd Irwin, Engine 4. Firefighter Larry White, Engine 4. Firefighter Glenn Pauley, Engine 4. The acting lieutenant from Engine 1, Matt Borjan, is unable to be with us this evening, and as well as David Arch from Engine 1. Firefighter James McDonald, Engine 1. Battalion Chief Zach Hickman. Johnson County Paramedic Wyatt Glassnap. And Johnson County Paramedic Matt Tracy. I believe it's super important that we recognize these events when they happen. All too often, the outcomes aren't nearly as positive as we'd like them to be. What was demonstrated with this event is that quick access to 911 and quick response times matter. All these folks gave their all so that Connie could go on and live a happy life. So
Great.
thank you for your time this evening.
Well, I want to thank each of you, especially you, Connie, for sharing your story with us and being here tonight. Thanks to each of you. And I want to shake each of your hands as you leave this area. Thank you so much. Let's give them one more round of applause. And maybe council can stand up and join in. Can you give council comments? All right, great.
Can always get a bunch of.
Thank you all.
These chairs have wheels. You don't want to stand on those.
I just have them toilet paper from the beginning. All right. And we are on to item 3A, which is Road versus Wade. And this will be read by our Mayor Pro Tem Alter.
Whereas access to reproductive health care is critical to women's physical, psychological, and socioeconomic well-being, and whereas the right to decide to have an abortion before viability has been United States Supreme Court precedent for nearly 50 years, and whereas the recent United States Supreme Court majority opinion in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization overturned the constitutional right to abortion as recognized in Roe v. Wade and reaffirmed in Planned Parenthood of Southeastern Pennsylvania v. Casey, and whereas arguably the United States Supreme Court has not ruled against the human rights of so many Americans since its bad decisions in Dred Scott v. Sanford and Plessy v. Ferguson, where these decisions ignored the rights of the enslaved and supported Jim Crow laws. And whereas abortions are a common part of health care, with 1 in 4 women in the United States having an abortion by the time they are 45 years old, and whereas banning abortions doesn't reduce abortions, but does lead to worse public health outcomes. And whereas Black women in the U.S. are 3 times as likely to die from a pregnancy-related cause than white women, and forcing birth will only further exacerbate these inequities in our community. And whereas forced birth negatively impacts the physical, mental, emotional, social, and economic health of women, parents, and families at a time when currently there is no guaranteed parental leave, lack of economical health care, and a national child care crisis. And whereas the unfair burden of fighting for women's rights will likely fall, as our own Human Rights Commission notes, to, quote, the coming generations who may now have to bear the burden of advocating for and establishing comprehensive, inclusive reproductive rights in the face of multiple daunting challenges. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of Iowa City agree all people have the ability to make medical decisions about their own body. And be it further resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of Iowa City support the rights of pregnant persons in the city to obtain access to the full spectrum of reproductive health care, including abortion care, therefore opposes the United States Supreme Court's majority opinion in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. And be it further resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of Iowa City will support those who work to ensure access and availability of reproductive health services for the Iowa City community. And accepting this proclamation tonight is Stephanie Edmonds, who is a board member of the Emma Goldman Clinic.
Yes, please.
Hello, I just would like to thank the city of Iowa City for doing this proclamation. On behalf of the Emma Goldman Clinic, we have been fighting for so many years to keep access available. And it really means a lot during this time to know that the city of Iowa City supports the women and all the patients at the Emma Goldman Clinic, including the ones who are coming to our state right now who cannot access that care elsewhere. So we thank you for this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you for all that you do. And council, if anyone wants to have a few words, you certainly can.
I want to thank you. I want to thank the Emma Goldman Clinic for the work it has been doing for so many years. We have never before in the history of this country seen a fundamental right stripped from over half our population. So we need to continue to do this work and to recognize that this is healthcare, and it will affect so many different aspects of our community, including our economy. I don't think people are even starting to grasp it yet. So, and the only other thing I would add is that we talked about Roe v. Wade. We did not talk about the Iowa case. The Iowa Supreme Court also stripped Iowans a week before that of a fundamental right under the Iowa Constitution. So it's sort of a double whammy for all pregnant persons and all who need the reproductive health care. So thank you again for the work you do.
Thank you.
I'd like to also thank you and your staff, past and present, for so many years. You've stood strong no matter what, and the supporters have been there, and I hope that can continue.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for being here today.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yes. We're on to items number 4 through 9. Can I get which is our consent calendar? Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second, Taylor.
Moved by Harmson, seconded by Taylor. Anyone from the public like to discuss an item that is within the consent calendar? If so, please come forth. And if you are online, please raise your hand and I'll acknowledge you. And I also want to let people know that they have 3 minutes to speak. Seeing no one. Council discussion. Is this an item on the consent calendar? Okay. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 9 is community comment. Oh, sorry. Item number 10 is community comment. This is an opportunity for folks to come up and talk about any item that is not on our agenda. You'll have up to 3 minutes to speak, and we'll go at about 30 minutes. So if anyone would like to come forth, please come to the podium. At the back of the room, there is a sign-in sheet if people wanted to sign in and place that sign-in in the bucket. Otherwise, you can sign in at the podium. Welcome.
Thank you very much for letting me just speak for a few minutes. I missed the opportunity to comment to the council on the RAL pool issue, and I know the last meeting had a lot of discussion about that.
Will you state your name and where you're from? I should have stated
Yes,
that.
of course. My name is Mary Russell Curran, and I live in Iowa City.
Thank you.
And so I have been here for about 5 years. I've enjoyed living in the central area of the city, and I think that the RAL pool, in my understanding for those years has been well used, and unfortunately, I believe a lot of hours have had to be cut lately, and I believe also that it may be that the city is, or the commission is not actually tracking the real numbers of people who show up to use the pool. And if hours are cut and lap lanes are cut, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I would just think it's a vital part of the downtown and wanted to urge you to do what you can to keep it and improve it so that people in the downtown area can have the benefit of a facility like that, especially with the warm water that is conducive to so much pleasure for many people. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address a topic that's not on our agenda? Welcome.
Pam Michaud.
Yes, and
in Iowa
please
City.
remember to sign in and, yeah.
Right. Very close to here. Both my children took swimming lessons at Robert A. Lee. It's an important facility, not just for high rises that may utilize it, but a central location for many neighborhoods that is accessible by public transportation. So children can get to Robert A. Lee by themselves safely on public transportation or by bike. That is not something they would be able to do if they were downtown or north side and then bike over to Mercer or City Park. It's just much more accessible than getting to City Pool. So future swimmers is extremely important. We only bemoan this when somebody falls into the river and doesn't come up again. So swimming lessons are extremely important. A public facility that's in really good condition should not be demolished. We need 3 locations. It's ridiculous when our town is growing, and most of the growth is downtown, that it should be demolished or otherwise repurposed. So I would also agree with Mary Curran and several of my friends who take Aquasize here and or other lessons in this center, in the Robert A. Lee Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Will you repeat your name for the record?
Pam Michaud.
Great. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, hola, mi nombre es Ninoska Campo y soy de la organización Escucha Mi Voz.
I'll be translating. My name is Sophie Benegas. This is Ninoshka Campo, and she's from the organization Escucha Mi Voz.
Resido en el condado de Johnson y yo fui elegible para el programa de asistencia directa para un cheque de estímulo directo de $1,400.
I applied and received, I was eligible for the stimulus check from Johnson County of $1,400.
Pero más de 319 personas recibieron un mensaje ahora, el cual no fueron seleccionadas para esta ayuda directa.
But 319 people who were deemed eligible received a message today that they would not be receiving a stimulus check.
Lo cual las están dejando excluidas nuevamente.
And they are being excluded as they were before, excluded again.
Y se me hace injusto para mi persona y no es de mi gracia que unas personas fueron elegibles y otras no.
And it doesn't seem just or right to me that some people were deemed eligible and others were not.
Porque ustedes saben que el condado y la ciudad aprobaron $3.5 millones para 2,500 trabajadores excluidos y esenciales.
Because you guys already know that the city council and the city allocated $3.5 million for these checks.
Para darle dinero a 2,500 personas, 2,238 recibieron el mes pasado que habían sido elegibles.
That money was supposed to go to 2,500 people. 2,238 people were deemed eligible to receive those checks.
Pero ahora resulta que solo 1,919 fueron seleccionadas.
But only 1,919 were selected to get those. So 1,919 out of the 2,238 that were eligible.
Entonces esto no está bien porque Iowa City todavía tiene más de $1 millón que puede ser de beneficio implementar para darle a estas 319 personas que están siendo excluidas.
This isn't right, and this doesn't make sense because Iowa City still has more than $500,000 that were supposed to be allocated to these individuals that was not allocated.
Porque si a $3.5 millones le quitamos $2.7 millones, ¿dónde está el dinero restante para que se le dé dinero a todas estas personas?
If $3.5 million were allocated and only 2.7 were given out to members, where is the rest of the money that was promised to the excluded workers?
Entonces es justo que tomen en cuenta y le den a estas 319 personas que están siendo excluidas de este beneficio. Gracias.
And so the just thing would to be that to the 319 people who were deemed eligible but did not win the lottery be given the rest of the money that was allocated for this fund to them. And thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this topic or address a topic that is not on our agenda?
Hola, muy buenas tardes a todos.
Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Janet Colindres.
My name is Janet Colindres.
Vivo en Iowa City y también la razón por la que estoy acá es, me mandaron un mensaje la vez pasada que había sido elegible, pero lamentablemente hoy recibí un texto que no salía elegible.
I'm here for the same reason. I am one of the people who was eligible, who received a message last week that I was eligible to receive the stimulus, but then I got a message today that I would not be receiving one.
Trabajo en un restaurante, soy preparadora, pero no gano mucho dinero y sería de mucha ayuda.
I work in a restaurant preparing food, and I don't make a lot of money, and it would be really helpful to get that money.
Sería de mucha ayuda poder calificar nuevamente. Muchas gracias.
It would be really helpful to be able to use that money. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, okay. Yes, welcome.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Delcy González
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Delcy Gonzalez.
y vengo por la misma razón que hoy recibí el mensaje diciendo que no fui elegible para el cheque de estímulo y
I also got the same message today that I would not be receiving a stimulus check.
también se me hace muy injusto que a muchas personas de nosotros que de verdad lo necesitamos seamos excluidos del cheque y pues yo creo que merecemos una ayuda porque no a todos nos dan ayudas a cada poco.
And it would make a lot of sense to me, and it seems receive the checks because in reality we needed a lot.
Y también quisiera que me tomaran en cuenta como persona que pudiera ser elegible porque se me haría de mucho beneficio. Yo no trabajo y si ustedes no me preguntan, pero cada uno tiene una necesidad diferente y pues necesitamos ese dinero que hace falta para las personas que nos quedamos sin ese cheque.
And we didn't receive any other type of stimulus before. And as a person who is unable to work, this would be, it would be priceless to be able to use this money to be able to live and to not be excluded from, once again, from those who did receive the check.
Y eso fue todo. Espero que por favor nos tomen en cuenta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, and I really hope you guys listen to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Oh. Okay.
Hola, buenas
Hola.
tardes. Mi nombre es Norberto Velázquez.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Norberto Velázquez.
Vengo por la misma razón del cheque que la ayuda que pedimos la vez pasada me mandaron mensaje que sí fue aceptable y ahora resulta que no.
I am also one of the people who got a message last week that my application was acceptable, and I got a message today that I would not be receiving any funds.
Pues quisiera saber si nos pueda ayudar del cheque que nos podemos ser elegibles todos o
I just want you guys to know that this is an immense help to us and that we really need it, those of us who applied.
pues sería mi única palabra. Todos.
And that's my final word for all of you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Brisny García. Vengo por mí y mi esposo Jeremy Cruz. A nosotros nos llegó la notificación que fuimos aceptados, pero ahora en la mañana vimos el mensaje y a ninguno de los dos nos ha caído que fuimos aceptados. Pienso que todos los que nos inscribimos para esta oportunidad tenemos el derecho de poder ser incluidos en este paquete para nosotros que necesitamos y tenemos hijos.
Hi, I'm here for the same reason that for my husband and I were both got the message last week that we were eligible, and the message today that we would not be getting anything. I want you to know that we need this money, and especially because we have children.
Y si ustedes por favor reconsideran a las personas que nos hemos quedado fuera en podernos ayudar, sería una gran ayuda para todos nosotros. Gracias.
And if there's anything you can do to be able to help us, it would be an immense help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Welcome. And we're going to make, will you make sure that they sign their name and put it in the basket? Thank you. Yep. And there should be some stickers on the back podium as well.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Welcome.
Yo fui también aceptada en el programa de estímulo de los excluidos trabajadores de Iowa City.
Hi, good afternoon. I was also one of the people who was accepted, and my application was accepted, and I am an excluded worker of Iowa City.
Solamente puedo decir de que soy una madre soltera de 3 niños y sería en una buena forma de que pudieran retomar el caso y también incluir a las personas que hemos sido sacadas del programa.
I am a single mother of 3 children, and I wanted to let you guys know that this is a great form and a great way to help us, those of us who were excluded from government stimulus checks, especially those of us who were excluded again after this first round of checks that were given by the city.
Muchas gracias.
And please give your name and the city.
Sí. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Jordi Pérez Escalante y vivo en Coralville, Iowa.
¿Cómo se llama?
Jordi.
Hi, my name is Jordi, and ¿a dónde vive?
En Coralville.
En Coralville.
Bueno, estoy aquí por la misma razón que, bueno, en el mensaje, recibí un mensaje que fui elegible para el cheque de los 1,400, pero hoy en la mañana recibí otro mensaje que me decía que no fui elegible para recibir el cheque de los 1,400.
I am another one of the individuals who got the message last week that I was eligible to receive the $1,400 check, and I also got a message today that I would not be receiving any of those funds.
Bueno, y entonces, yo soy un padre de 4 niños, entonces, para mí sería que sería elegible para recibir los 1,400 que ustedes, que Dios les toque el corazón y decir, les vamos a dar a las 300 personas, les vamos a dar el cheque otra vez.
I also have a family. I'm a father, and I work hard. And I just hope that you can listen to us, and God can touch your hearts and help us out, those 300 of us that did not receive the funds and were eligible.
Porque las 300 personas a lo mejor son padres de familia como yo, que a lo mejor estaban esperando los 1,400, pero al ver el mensaje dijeron, pues ellos dijeron, pues no fue elegible, como fue una lotería.
And most of the other 300 people are working parents like me, and were told that they were eligible and that their applications were accepted, and we're waiting on that fund. We're waiting on that fund, and just now received the message today that they would not be receiving it.
Bueno, eso es todo. Muchas gracias y que Dios los bendiga.
That's all. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Mi nombre es Venancio Minor Morales Díaz y vivo en Coral.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Venancio, and I live in Coralville.
Y también estoy aquí por la misma razón que a mí me cayó un mensaje que no, mi cheque no es el mío no es elegible, y por la misma razón estoy aquí, que no es justo que 300 personas no sean elegibles.
I received the same message as everyone before, and I just wanted to come and say that it's not just for that 300 people were not given their checks, even though they were eligible.
Y por eso estoy aquí, por la misma razón, que tal vez nos puedan ayudar en volver a tomarnos en cuenta.
And that's why I'm here, to hopefully convince you guys to take another look and to give us the money that we were promised.
Solamente, gracias.
And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Dave Goodner. I'm with Iowa City Catholic Worker House. We knew that the lottery program was bad public policy that was basically invented by technocrats who have castor oil where their heart and blood should be. But to have over 172 out of 319 rejected applicants be residents of Iowa City and be deemed to lose the lottery when Iowa City is not even spending the $1.5 million that you all committed to make sure that negatively impacted people in our community receive the $1,400 checks that they need, that goes beyond public policy to a broken promise. And so I don't understand how most of the people in this room, Iowa City residents, lost the lottery. All of the money that you committed to spending. How in the world can that happen, and what are you going to do to fix it? Because we know who these people are. The county has already vetted them. They're deemed eligible. They've proven all their paperwork. At least 172 out of 319 are Iowa City residents. You have the money. It's money you've already promised to commit to these people. All you have to do is give the money to the people like you promised. So let's make that happen and fix this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is George Tresnak, Iowa City. I spoke at the last meeting about the proposed closing of the Robert A. Lee Center.
Can you pull the mic down, please? Pull the mic down. Thank you.
Since then, things have gotten more confused. I've swum about 1 day since then because the pool is closed. They claimed for repairs, and it was supposed to open Saturday, and they said that no, it's closed till Wednesday, and nobody could give me any word today whether it was going to be open. I tried to talk to several staff members. Nobody there knows anything whether it's going to be open. The consultants mentioned that one of the problems was, or they implied that one of the problems was a shortage of lifeguards, and it's obvious there's an excess of lifeguards, and since then the hours have been cut. And it makes no sense to claim that you have low usage and cut the hours in the pool when it was open was totally unused. It sat idle for most of the day. And I'm sure other people are in my shoes. I was going swimming every day. Now, when I wasn't swimming, I increased my exercise time in the doubled it in the exercise room there, but it still doesn't have the same effect as swimming on blood sugar and all that. So I'm wondering what the process is to determine that they have to close the pool or that needs repairs or whatever. If that goes through the consultants or whether that's Public Works or whatever. But it would be nice if there was some clarification if it's not going to be open so that people would know. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Welcome.
Oh.
Hello.
My name is James Knapp. I live at 528 Rundell Street. Years ago, the city of Iowa City impaired the flow of Ralston Creek, operating on an area that was crossed by Rundell Street and Muscatine Avenue, which now causes us to be in the floodplain. This was supposed to be taken care of in April. It isn't. I just got a notice that I've got another $300 and some to pay flood insurance on my property. And everyone else that lives along Rundell Street, if they have a mortgage, they have to pay $300 and some for the floodplain, which the city of Iowa City should have repaired, and they have not done this. At one time, they said they were going to do it in April. They have not done it. They now say, well, we're waiting for FEMA. Well, that doesn't help us people that have to pay $300 for flood insurance when the city's the one that caused the problem in the beginning. So what are you going to do?
Yep. Now is an opportunity for you to speak. Any concerns with council?
Well, I just hope that the city's going to do something about it because they were supposed to in April. And now we're already into July, almost August. And I got a notice that we have another $300 and some flood insurance to pay on our house. And the city's caused this problem, impairing the flow of Ralston Creek, and the city should repair that problem, and so we don't have to do that.
We can certainly connect with you at a different time.
Okay.
But thank you.
And who will I take my issue to?
We'll probably have you just contact the city clerk's office.
We'll reach out to you, Mr. Knapp.
That was supposed to be taken care of by April, but now we're into July, and I get another notice. And everybody along Ralston Creek around Rundell Street is going to have to pay flood insurance unless their house is totally paid for, and they don't have that. And they don't need the flood insurance. Ralston Creek's the problem. The city was going to repair it. They should repair it. They should get out there and do it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Welcome. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nicholas Tyson. I'm a very recent resident of the city of Iowa City. I had a lot of things that I wanted to talk about tonight, but you limit these things to 3 minutes. So I guess I want to focus on the issue with the Excluded Workers Fund, because I just did some napkin math while I was sitting in my chair over there, and the $750,000 that the county is set to return to you is actually more than enough to cover the 319 individuals who need to be covered. And as David said just now, they've already been vetted, they've already been identified, all of the actual logistical work has been done. And from what I recall, when this body was still meeting back in the senior center and was discussing how much money to give to the county in order to support this fund, I believe correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Councilor Burgess who said that you all wanted to do this precisely because you wanted to include as many people as possible. And so now we're in a situation where it is entirely in your court where you could fix a grievous harm that the county is perpetrating on these individuals. What's fascinating about Iowa City as a location is that it has this weird reputation as this extremely wealthy and or bougie place. But what's odd about Iowa City that actually the data reveal is that of the 5 largest cities in the state, it actually has the lowest median income. It also has the highest poverty rate, and it's not even close. So the thing is, the reason why that's the case is because what you have in this county, and especially in the city, is extreme wealth inequality. And the individuals who are being excluded from these checks are precisely the people who make your bougie lifestyles possible. Every single person sitting up on that dais doesn't actually have to deal with the bullshit that your average working class person has to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So, if you actually have the moral core that you claim to have, you really should be doing the right thing and saying F the county and just pay these people yourselves. That's the right thing to do. I don't really have a whole lot of hope that you're going to do it, but that is the right thing to do. And since I do actually have a little bit of time left, I would like to address the Parks and Rec situation. Because from what I recall, I don't remember who it was, but back when the issue of the winter shelters was being discussed, we heard time and time again that that is not a service that is traditionally provided by the city. And here, when you're talking about rec services, this is a service traditionally provided by the city, and you're just going to cut it. So I guess the question is, how much do the poor and lower income residents of the city have to suck up in order for you to feel okay with the rules? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the topic that is not on our agenda? Welcome.
Hi, Council.
Hi, my name's Keen Zymet. I'm a resident of Iowa City, and I'm here to give USG announcements. Undergraduate student government, if you don't know what that is. And due to an increase in on-campus housing demand, Park Lawn Residence Hall will be reopened after closing in 2017. The building will have the capacity to house an additional 137 students. Additionally, tuition will be raised by 4.2% this coming year, and so many students will be facing housing as well as food insecurities. USG is excited to work with the council on all that. We can to support mutual aid efforts in order to curb these negative impacts. And then Women's Rights March was held at the Pinnacrist on June 24th to defend bodily autonomy, and as a response to the recent overturned Roe v. Wade case.
In light of the constitutional or Iowa constitutional as well as SCOTUS actions against menstruating individuals and their access to abortion, USG stands with the victims of these actions and those that have fought in years past to make healthcare a human right. USG hopes to see actions by the state and city to financially support healthcare providing clinics, such as the Emma Goldman Clinic. Additionally, USG will be keeping an eye out for any city efforts to fully fund the promised funds for excluded workers. Wage theft is already a national crisis and an Iowa City crisis. When support is offered to our community one day, it is cruel to change your mind 7 days later. We hope the council will provide an answer to the delays and vagueness in the fund status. And then finally, after taking some summer time off, we will be having our first USG executive meeting later this week, which we will be able to then thereafter relay more information about our priorities this year, such as night and daytime security on and off campus, waste reduction, sustainable transportation, and more. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address a topic that is not on our agenda? Seeing no one, I'm going to close community
Mayor,
comment.
we do have one online.
So they're not showing up. All right, sorry, I didn't see it. I'm going to call Dan. Welcome.
totally good. First, I would like to say that it's important for the city to fully fund excluded workers, something that the Iowa City and Johnson County governments have said that they will do, but they've failed at doing so. The county is reimbursing over $500,000 to Iowa City, despite the fact that numerous Iowa City residents who have been cleared by the county for payments and who had not received stimuluses originally have now lost out on the county lottery. This is unacceptable. I fully, I don't know what y'all will do. I hope you guys do the right thing and fight for these people to get their stimulus payments, because it's obvious that you have the money to do so. And if you don't, I mean, you're just going to live up to all of the bad things that have ever been said about you. Regarding the Roe v. Wade proclamation earlier, I would just like to point out that if council truly cares about reproductive freedoms, I urge each of you to contact Janet Linus and Rachel Zimmerman Smith, who's going to probably replace Linus. Urge them to proclaim that their office will not prosecute abortion providers or patients. If they don't, our community could be a haven for reproductive health care. Lastly, I'm here to talk about ICPD officer Jeff Reinhard. Earlier this summer, he was captured on video beating a tiny woman who was handcuffed, and he did so without justification. Now it has been revealed that his dubious actions have, in another case, have cost the city of Iowa City over $190,000. This is because he wrongfully and maliciously detained a man with no just cause, but rather because Reinhard pretended in his reports that the man was intoxicated. How much more are you going to take from this person? I mean, not even morally, but financially. Jeff Reinhard is costing the city money. If he is not fired, council and city staff are sending a message that you are okay with your constituents being beaten and wrongfully imprisoned, and more than that, you are okay pissing money down the drain. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see anyone else online, so we will move forth to our next item. Item number 11, which is planning and zoning matters. 11A, zoning code amendment, various historic preservation code changes. Ordinance amending Title 14, zoning of the Iowa City Code to clarify code language related to historic preservation. I'm going to open the public hearing, and we're going to start with staff. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Danielle Sitzman, Neighborhood and Development Services. This agenda item is another minor code change of ordinance. It's similar to the one that you heard last time, which had a variety of other minor code changes included in it. These are all ones that relate to historic preservation. So they were handled separately because they were routed to the Historic Preservation Commission for recommendation, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission. So they're trailing behind those code changes by just a little bit. There are 4 code changes included in this ordinance. I'll go through them briefly. As I said, they all relate to historic preservation and have received a recommendation from that group, as well as the state's Historic Preservation Coordinator. So the 4 changes include allow the Board of Adjustment to grant special exception language itself, those are displayed on a map and are recorded in the ordinances when they are zoned, so it's unnecessary for them to be in the code language itself. And in fact, we don't do such a great job of keeping that list up to date, so it's not And the last change that's included in this amendment is to just clarify the public notice procedures that we go through. We have a set of procedures.
Recommendations to the City Council and City Commissions and Boards on preservation issues. The City staff at Development Services initially decided that 3 of these 4 items related to Historic Preservation Cleanup Code should not come before our commission, despite what City Code requires. I happened to read the Planning and Zoning agenda where these were originally posted, saw items related to historic preservation, and thought it may have been an oversight. Yet when I reached out to Development Services, the response was pushback. It was only after I wrote a letter directly to the Planning and Zoning Commission that the request got addressed. But as often is the case, many eyes on the proposal made it better. The discussion at our meeting helped identify an issue. Fellow commissioners were asked where the list of local landmarks would exist if these changes were made. It was only really in the zoning maps and the ordinance, not the easiest place for the public to find them. Development Services thought they existed elsewhere and was incorrect. So the commission request that was not presented tonight was to include the list on the city website along with the other maps of the historic districts, a simple solution to better inform the public. Which brings me to my second item, a request. I ask that you wait on the second consideration of this item, move the stuff forward tonight before second consideration until that list of local landmarks is included on the city website. Our commission has often requested updates to the historic preservation website with no staff follow-up. We're often told that our commission requests for staff action, even small action like this, is only acted on if council directs staff. So your direction and a deadline would be good to ensure the public has access to the list of local landmarks. I know this list was just updated internally in late May, early June for the annual mailing they do to those property owners. So formatting it and putting it on the website should be pretty straightforward. I think there's 3 weeks before your next meeting when second consideration would be. I hope you honor our request. I appreciate your time and consideration and service as always. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address this topic? Hearing. And could I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved, Thomas.
Second, Weiner.
All right. And council discussion.
Out of curiosity, how much would it take to get the list that Mr. Boyd was talking about up on the city website?
I'll have to check if what we have is updated, but I'm looking at a list on the website right now, so maybe it's an issue of whether that's up to date or not. Generally speaking, it's not difficult to add text to a website, but I'm looking at a list right now.
All right. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 11B, rezoning south of Lehman Avenue, west of Sycamore Greenway. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 4.7 acres of property located south of Lehman Avenue and west of the Sycamore Greenway from interim development multifamily residential to neighborhood public. And this is, could I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved, Weiner. Second, Alter.
All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 12 is settlement agreement approval. Resolution approving the settlement of pending litigation. Can I get a motion to approve?
Alter. Second, Burgess.
All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Welcome.
Good evening again, Council. It's hard to know where to actually begin with this issue because there have been so many incidents.
And will you give your name?
I'm sorry,
and
Nicholas
city?
Tyson. I am a resident of Iowa City. The same is true as it was before. It's hard to know where to begin with this, but much has been made of one of the officers involved, Reinhard. In fact, a lot has been said on social media and so forth. But I actually want to draw your attention to the other officer involved in this situation, Travis Graves. For the wait, sorry, Councilor Harmson, are you confused?
Are we on the zoning issue?
You said 12, the settlement agreement.
Oh, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. Yes, I was confused.
So could I ask the chair to reset my time, please?
You can continue.
Well, I would like to have my time reset because it was taken by Councilor Harmson.
You can continue, and we'll give you a few more seconds.
Okay, thank you. So in the case of Officer Graves, he was responsible for assaulting a black teenager in 2015 in the very rec center that you all want to close down the pool at. At the time, in fact, there was a huge demonstration right out there, and I know this because I was there. It involved a lot of people who now actually strangely cared a lot about police brutality at the time, and suddenly when they got into elected office, stopped caring. We're not going to talk about certain county supervisors. But the issue is that happened in 2015 when he assaulted a kid. And then 2 years later, the issue that is underlying this particular settlement happened. You kept him on for 2 more years so that he could pull some bullshit again. And the thing is, this is a pattern of behavior with ICPD. I mean, I know none of you give a crap about what happened to Chris Williams when I think it was as many as 10 local law enforcement basically beat the crap out of him. And it was so egregious that a federal judge literally referred to it as a case of walking while black. And so the thing is, I wonder at what point this city is actually going to become serious about these issues. Because the thing is, every time one of these officers does something, we pay for it. Literally. The city is going to have to pay for this. Travis Graves doesn't have to have liability insurance to cover. In fact, he's literally covered by a legal doctrine that prevents any real liability from going his direction. So the thing is, I would think that as great fiduciaries of the city's finances, that you would actually care about these things when they happen. Because, as I said, we end up having to pay for them. And that's all I really have to say about that. I know you didn't give a crap about the protests. I know you didn't give a crap about any of the things that happened in the summer of 2020. But I would think that you would at least care about the money.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Seeing no one, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 13 is City Council Committee appointments. And 13A is Community Violence Intervention Initiative appointment. This is a motion, could I get a motion to approve one council member? Well, I guess we'll wait for the motion. So this is approving one council member to the Community Violence Intervention Initiative. And now council discussion. I will just say that this is something that I've been hearing about a little bit, about they've already been in operation a while, and they have some initiatives that, one, they have some money that the county put aside, over $1 million, to maybe help with some of the initiatives that are created amongst this group. I know that our someone from our police also is involved in this group. I believe it's the police chief.
We have several members of the police department that are active on the committee.
Yeah. As well as other, I know the county is on there, and I would like to be considered if council would support me being the representative and appointee, but I don't know who else is interested.
Actually, Sean Harmson and I both had a brief discussion saying that we were both interested, but we didn't want to arm wrestle it, so that we felt it was best to put it to council. So perhaps we'll just add you in the mix, and we can decide.
Yeah, I certainly
Our
support.
fates.
Yeah, I certainly support our council having a active participation and then coming back. This is a, this is an issue that I've spoken on, and others have as well, many times, about the violence and the gun violence in not just our community, but communities all across the country. And so, I would be fine supporting another council member. If we were looking for somebody to jump in there, I'd be happy to do that as well.
Sure.
Same. I actually was, it was just a cool moment because we were at the diversity market, and actually Kevin Burt was playing, and he talked to me for a little bit, and he said, this is exactly what, community building is and how you build a healthy neighborhood. And he sort of put to voice in a very concise way about saying, this is what makes a community unique. It's what makes a community feel invested in itself and neighborhoods. And so I've been a little involved with some of the Moms Demand Action and some of their community interrupters. And so anyway, I'm very much in favor of the fact that the county and a city are all working together to try and look at this from a more root cause kind of a thing rather than Band-Aid. So I also am interested. However, I support strongly whoever ends up being a representative.
And one of the reasons why I want to do it is because I think some of the solutions that they're talking about is really being out in the field and reaching community members, neighborhoods, to try to figure out ways that individuals can combat what's happening in our community. We all know that there's been an increase, and some of these individuals are people of color. And how do we really engage with some of those community members if we're going to be actively asking them to participate? And so I do think that for this particular committee, when we're talking about some of that gun violence that's been happening within our city, I do think that I just have a little additional experience. I just came back from Chicago too, which is a whole nother topic I won't talk about today. But I will tell you that it was a great experience in Chicago. Went to big events and there was nothing that happened. I wish we could have videotaped that. But nevertheless, that's the only thing that I'll say is that group and lots of initiatives now. Of course, that doesn't mean that any one council that is appointed to this cannot seek and, share ideas with other council members.
I think rather than each of us that might be interested in filling this position, duking it out or drawing straws, I think it would make sense that we would say that it would be appropriate for our mayor to represent us as a whole for this group. I don't know what others think.
I'm okay with that, and I look forward to proposals coming back, so concrete things from that and other sources that we can, try and move the needle on this issue as much as we can as a council. So yeah, no, I would support that.
Yeah.
And I don't know the rules of this group, but we potentially could have some fill-ins. I don't know what this group does if there's an absent. If you're absent?
I think that's right. In speaking with Rachel Zimmerman Smith with the Johnson County Attorney's Office, who's heading up this group, I got the impression that unlike a number of entities to which this council appoints a single member and there are, voting rights and so forth, that this is built a little bit more on consensus. As Jeff mentioned, there are a number of ICPD folks who are involved. Other agencies involved are the Juvenile Court Services, UAY, Adult Corrections, the Coralville PD, Johnson County Sheriff's Office, Abbey Center, the school district, several representatives from the school district, and Royce Ann Porter from the county. There are a couple of facilitators, I understand, from Cedar Rapids who are assisting. So in answer to your question, I think one representative would be great. That was their request in speaking with Rachel. And I think it would be wholly appropriate to send someone in your stead if our chosen representative is not able to make it.
And if that's agreeable,
Yeah.
I know two that are willing. I can.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, but
Do we need a motion to this effect?
We do need a motion to appoint to that person. We wouldn't need a motion to have a backup. You're certainly free to if you want.
I would then make a motion to appoint Mayor Teague to be our representative to this body, or to that other body.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Harmson, seconded by Alter. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 14, council appointments. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. We have three tonight. One is 14A is the Climate Action Commission. First 2023. And we can go at this one first.
Yeah, at the outset, I'd just like to say that one of the applicants is no longer eligible. I reached out to Elena Swanson, who had said in her original application that she would be moving from Cedar Rapids to Iowa City. In fact, she's now in Des Moines, so.
Good to know. I found Matthew Walters' application interesting because he said he's been part for a couple of years of the equity working group of the commission, because I know they have separate little working groups that have been working in conjunction with them. So I thought he might be a good fit for the commission.
I would throw out there, too, that I thought, first of all, lots of great applications on
Right.
this and the other things we're considering tonight. In fact, it was almost an embarrassment of riches in terms of the kinds of background and enthusiasm that community members are willing to bring to this commission work. But that said, one that did kind of stick out to me was, hopefully I pronounced this right, Ethan Turbin Furman. And what jumped out to me is Environmental Safety Coordinator at the U of I Environmental Health and Safety Office. And also had mentioned some stuff in his application I thought was interesting about doing prairie work. And, we've seen some more and more work that the city's done in some of our local prairie plantings, which I think are, look quite beautiful as you drive around town, but also some residents who have tried to do some more prairie grasses to convert their, traditional green lawns. So not just throwing that out there as somebody probably worth a second look by the rest of the council.
There were 2 or 3 applicants who were connected with the university, and it struck me that
Yes.
that probably, A, that probably wasn't an accident, and B, that it's probably not a bad idea to have more interaction with the university on this topic in particular.
He was one of those, but the question I had with him was, how strict are we on the Iowa City address? He has a Coralville address.
Oh,
Is that,
I missed that.
So,
are we strict on that? Or-
yeah, so we would, well,
Really?
we have 2 commissions that are not, you don't have to be a resident of Iowa City. Now, this might be one, except it may only be for, and Kelly, help us, for those identified, because I know that we have Mid-Am.
Mid-Am and the university.
We have the university appointees. So this may not be
Thank you
limited.
for catching that. I had missed that. I guess I had just kind of assumed that.
I mean, it's just a minor detail, because
No,
his
Yeah, that's.
very well qualified, and I echo while we're looking into this.
Thank you,
What
Kelly.
your comment, because it was amazing out of all the commissions, the ones we were looking at, anywhere from being in the community for only a few weeks to 40, 50 lifelong years. I mean, it was such a span there of the life experiences here and how long they've been in the community and really wanting seriously to serve the community. I was impressed, very impressed with each and every one of them.
Mayor, so for climate action, it's 11 members, 9 at-large appointed by council, 1 Mid-American, 1 University of Iowa. Iowa City residents should be given preference, but their members are not required to have Iowa City residents.
But not required to, okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
I think I like Matthew Walter and the experience that he had on a working group and maybe moving up from that to the commission.
Yeah, I was also leaning a little bit toward Matthew Walter as well.
So it sounded like we have majority, and I can certainly support Matthew as well. So Matthew Walter, we will do them.
Is our first Ethan?
So Matthew,
Oh, it's just the one, sorry.
yeah, is only
just the
one.
one. My bad.
Yep, so Matthew is just one. All right, we're going to move on to 14B, which is Human Rights Commission. Human Rights Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term effective upon appointment through December 31st, 2023. And council discussion. And this, again, is just one appointment, no gender balance.
One person that struck I mean, there was so many people who applied who were also well qualified. It would be amazing to be able to appoint them all. But one person that struck me as interesting, but maybe as a fit for HCDC, was Kim Gilmore Sr., simply because he was in the working group for housing on the HRC. So, and I know that there are, there will be openings coming up. So given how many candidates there are for us to consider, this might be one way to be able to, help with the desire to serve, as well as sort of fitting in with a place where he felt that he had a special niche. So I put that out. I realize that's not where we're at, but just to sort of almost like eliminate and yet not eliminate someone.
Do we know in his application, did he state he also applied
I do
for HCDC?
No, he did, I don't think he did.
He or she. So, I mean, that also might be, it's his prerogative, obviously.
Sure.
I thought Kelsey Paul Shantz looked very impressive. Recommend her for appointment.
That was,
Yeah, she was on my short
I was
list.
impressed with her application, in part because it would bring, I think, probably an entirely different perspective of international human rights law and constantly working in that, and so having a different overlay.
I was very impressed with her.
I'm hearing a majority support. So Kelsey, is that what I hear?
Sure.
All right, and then Parks and Recs, item 14C, Parks and Recreation Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term effective upon appointment through December 31st, 2025. Council discussion.
Kelly, I was confused about Stephen Bird's application because his first term was up last November. But did he apply since then and we didn't accept him? He's applying again? I was confused.
I believe that is correct. He termed off and he's applied, he's interested in serving again.
Oh, okay. okay, so he's.
He was actually, I think he was the chair of the commission for a while.
Right. But then he's been off for a few months and now is interested again, okay.
It looks like the date of his application was November of 2021, so right before his term ended.
Right.
Someone who actually stood out to me was Connie Moore. I thought that she had an interesting background that could serve. And of course, I wrote her name down. I read the application with interest, but I didn't give myself any notes, so give me a moment.
I had 2 stars by her name, also Megan, and just made note, she's a physical therapist, and she's been on the
That
board of
was it,
Systems
the
Unlimited,
disability.
and really believes in the needs of the disabled, and she really feels parks, although we're working really hard on getting them all to be inclusive, but she would bring that sort of perspective to the board,
And
which would be
an
interesting.
expert kind of immediacy to the discussions.
Right.
Any other suggestions?
I also appreciated Mitch Lingo's application for a variety of reasons, sort of multi-generational, dealing with different parks and so forth in the community. I mean, I'm perfectly happy to go with Connie Moore. Just want to mention that I thought that was also a very strong application.
Yeah, I was going to say that one also, not to necessarily argue against Connie, but just Mitch's Mr. Lingo's did jump out at me a little bit. The multi-generational sort of aspect was kind of, between his small children, himself and his wife's older parents. And that's a newer application, so I think that stays in our mix for a while then, so.
Right.
Yeah, one thing about that, when I was thinking about like the senior center and some of the missions of its multi-generational efforts, Mitch did also resonate with me.
I was also, I mean, again, just throwing this name out here for more conversation, but you're in Broege.
All right.
I'm sorry, I'm sure that I butchered that name. But he seems to have a lot of kind of experiential background. That he was with County Parks Maintenance in Wisconsin, public park development in the city of Dubuque. So it seems to me that he also is someone who might be good in the mix. And I'm not sure how the roll-off is working, if there will be other appointments coming up, but he's someone definitely to keep in mind, if not for this time.
Yeah, he was on my short list also.
Well, we got a lot of short lists.
I
going.
I just asked Kelly a process
Qualified people.
question. When someone's not selected for a commission, do they get any communication from the city? And in that, do we let them know other vacancies or opportunities as we're identifying people who we think might be good for other commissions? Is there any communication that goes to them?
I know it says that, that we'll keep their application on file for a year. I don't know, and it could probably be something that we could either add to the email or the letter, like the link to current vacancies. I can't remember off the top of my head if it's already on there or not.
Okay.
If it's not, we could add it.
That might be, or it's something that a counselor who feels strongly could take it upon themselves to get in touch with that person and say, based on what we saw here, we thought you might consider applying for something else.
I'll just add Susan Melliker's name as well. I mean, there were so many good applicants, but I was also responded favorably to her comments.
So I'm not exactly sure if I heard majority for Mitch and Connie tied, or if I heard majority for Mitch.
I think, for me, I was meaning to say kind of like the honorable mention for Mitch. I think Connie also brings that, somebody else had mentioned earlier about the physical therapy aspect of it and that sort of, and I think as we take a look at some of our, it's one of many, many things that will be beneficial to us, I think, as a city, as we look at some design issues. I would expect that somebody with that background would have some really keen insights into, those kinds of aspects of accessibility, which, I think just has to be one of our top priorities on, everything we do in a city, so.
I would agree with Sean.
So you supporting Mitch?
No.
No.
Connie.
Connie.
Connie. Okay.
I'm good with Connie.
All right, so Connie has the majority. So were you talking about Mitch and then switched to Connie?
I think I was at the end there, yes, yes.
Oh, okay, I was like, I
sorry.
thought I was tracking it, and then he started talking about ADA, and I'm like, well, that's not really.
Nope, I did, I had
Okay,
switched,
all
I'm
right,
sorry, I
great.
didn't make that clear.
Yes, all right, now I'm tracking. All right, so Connie Moore. All right, we are ready to make appointments. Could I get a motion to appoint to the Human Rights Commission?
Sure. So I move that we appoint Matthew Walter to the Climate Action Commission, Kelsey Paul Shantz to the Human Rights Commission, and Connie Moore to Parks and Rec.
Second, Taylor.
Moved by Weiner, seconded by Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 15 is announcements of vacancies previous. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, July 26, 2022. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, one vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, East College Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Jefferson Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Public Art Advisory Committee, Art or Design Professional, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Public Art Advisory Committee, Art or Design Professional, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Senior Center Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We are at item number 15A, announcements of vacancies new. Human Rights Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term effective upon appointment through December 31st, 2024. Or applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, August 30th, 2022. And correspondence was included in the July 11th late edition. Could I get a motion to accept the correspondence?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Alter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item number 16 is City Council information. What are the updates? Lots going
Jump
on.
in. I just want to make everyone here aware that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission had a really, really engaging, productive, good work session on Friday evening because they had in-person visit from Eduardo Gonzalez and David Ragland from Think Peace, who have spoken to the commission before. Janice and I have worked with Eduardo since, I don't know, probably August 2020, at the time that we were looking to create the commission. And he's someone with incredible credentials regarding peace efforts throughout the world over a long period of time. So I don't know if we'll be getting any kind of update on the work session per se, but I do think that there'll be a facilitator proposal forthcoming that is tied to some of the conversation that came from that and their visit to the community. So it was really excellent opportunity.
May I ask? So does it seem worth, I know we haven't done it with other commissions, but it's allowed, or we do it on occasion, just to invite the TRC at a work session just to get a sense of where are you now, so that it's not having to wait for a formal proposal and whatnot, just to get it's a check-in, quite literally, just to ask them, can you come and talk to us about what you've been doing since.
So I don't know that we could
don't know if
actually
that's-
engage in that type of level of conversation.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah,
That's why I asked the question, whether that's possible or not.
If it was on the work session agenda and there was some type of a
Public
report from them, yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was.
But yeah, we can't engage in that.
So wait,
You mean
we
tonight, I
cannot,
think.
or we can?
We can't tonight.
No.
But
I
you're
meant-
talking about in the future, anyway.
Yes, I'm saying
Yeah.
at a future work session, would it be possible for us to invite TRC, I'm sorry, I was not clear, to invite the TRC to give us sort of a check-in, an update of just, here's the work that we've been at, here's where we're going, but allow us to be able to have conversation or whatnot. So so that maybe there can be some kind of feedback if necessary or if desired, or just a check-in before seeing a proposal in its state before us for a vote.
Sure, that would be legally permissible. They would have to notice their meeting as well as yours and so
Yes,
forth, but
yeah.
otherwise that's
And I guess I'm also, trying to gauge interest from council as well, and perhaps it's, not throwing it out there.
Yeah. I guess at least for me, I think they're having their conversations, and so we'll be seeing something soon. But
I hope they know we're receptive to hearing them.
yeah.
I think that's what you're getting
Yeah.
at.
Honestly, that
Yeah,
that
that's
is.
the bottom line,
It's not
yeah.
it should, exactly. Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, yeah.
And Mayor.
Yep. Any other updates?
Janice and I attended, we don't meet very often, I think it's every 3 months or so, that, I'll probably get this wrong, Joint Emergency Commission, Communications Commission. JEC, known as JEC, met, and of course, most of the meeting was comprised of talking about the budget, but then they also, it was very important that they gave us information on the upcoming 988 crisis line, and I know we've got an IP in the July 7th, I think, press release on that. It's going to be just a really important thing for persons in crisis or their friends and their family members, and I just can't stress enough to people out there that if you're feeling any sort of distress or sadness, please, there are resources out there. The Community Crisis Line works very hard to help people, and they have folks 24/7 out there to listen to you. So please seek them out. And once this goes online, 988 on July 16th, you can call directly to that line rather than going through 911. And it actually goes through our Community Crisis Center here in Iowa City. So please keep that in mind.
And they stressed as well, they've stressed as well that this is as Councilor Taylor said, for they have, I think, 100 counselors who will be available to deal with these, so it's a service we should get used to using.
Great.
I'll just mention that over the last weekend, Project Green had its Open Gardens tour. There were 31 gardens throughout the Iowa City metro area, and I served as a garden host this year. Had no idea what to expect in terms of how many people would show up and what the weather would be like and so forth. The weather couldn't have been better. And we had, I don't know how it went across the 31 sites, but we had over 300 visitors, so it was really an impressive event for us. And quite enjoyable, and I must say I was just pleased to see how many people are interested in gardens. There was one visitor who came from Kansas City.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was a great event, and thanks to Project Green for sponsoring it, and all the sponsors of the event.
So I'll say that I think there's 2 more Saturdays for the diversity market, and they recently, someone, I wish I could give credit because I don't remember who, but worked very hard, and as I said, Kevin Burt was playing last Saturday, Blake Shaw and James Tutton, I believe. Tutson, thank you. They're going to be playing. Just amazing, and each Saturday that you go, there's, regular vendors, but they switch some out. Some people take a break, some come in. So there's something new and vibrant and different each time. The weather has, actually, I'm not even going to talk about the weather because I'll jinx it. Anyway, it's just so much fun. And speaking of, there were actually a couple of the open gardens in the South District that were walkable from the diversity market. So it was just a really cool, wonderful thing, and it remains something wonderful to go. And now there's live music in addition to some of the best food that you will eat in the entire city.
Yes.
True.
So we got to meet with the Mandela fellas. So Yeah, thanks to Councilor Weiner that met here in City Hall with a variety of people. And we had some of our staff here. That was great. Our Sue Dolick, our Assistant City Attorney, was present with us. We had a great turnout. They were fabulous people. And then Mayor Alter joined me at a kind of a welcoming night that the university put on for them. I'll tell you, they were partying in our streets, doing some of the June 19th events in our block party. So it was great to see them not only be engaged at the university, doing some of the hard work, which it was pretty intense for some of them. I think they had a business course that was like a crash course within just a few days, and they were up studying quite a bit for that. Nevertheless, thanks to the counselors here that joined me, as well as it was a great opportunity meeting these individuals. 2030 Better Together, that came out. You should have received some of that in your packet, counselors. But for the public, Better Together is that has a vision of to do something collectively between now and 2030, and super excited for these efforts. And we have more to do as a community to get us to some of the initial thoughts and goals. Other than that, any other updates? Item number 17 is report on items from city staff. Our city manager.
I do have one for you tonight, Mayor. It seems like a good idea to update you on the latest with the Johnson County Direct Assistance Program. On April 19th, you unanimously passed a resolution authorizing an agreement with Johnson County to supplement their $2 million direct assistance program with up to $1.5 million of city funds. That subrecipient agreement has not been amended and cannot be amended unless it's by this council. So you have not seen that on an agenda, and it remains as was passed on the 19th. There were two uses specified for our up to $1.5 million contribution. One was up to 10% administrative costs to reimburse the county for their efforts to administer the program. And the second was direct assistance for residents of Iowa City. Today we got word on the final numbers from the county, and we promoted those through a supplemental press release that we sent out to our audience. I should say the agreement anticipated, after you would subtract out 10% of administrative funds, that the city's contribution could fund up to 964 Iowa City residents that applied and were deemed eligible by the county. Again, that's up to 964. In the county's information that was released today, they indicated that our funds were used to provide an additional 472 checks to Iowa City residents. This tells me that any resident or any applicant that was deemed eligible but did not receive funds from the county would not be an Iowa City resident. We will certainly follow up with the county to confirm that based on comments that we heard here this afternoon. But again, if our funds were used to provide direct assistance for 472 Iowa City residents, and we, through our agreement, had the capacity to fund up to 964 Iowa City residents, there should be no Iowa City residents that did not receive the direct assistance. So we will follow up with the county and confirm that, but I'm very sure that we're on the same page with the county. We'll give you a final report after we receive such a final report from the county confirming all the numbers specific to our jurisdiction. That's my only update tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our Deputy City Manager.
I would just add that I had the opportunity to visit with a couple Mandela Fellows last night. We had a wonderful dinner and very impressive individuals, and they were very enthused with the things that we're doing in Iowa City.
Great. Great. City Attorney?
No report tonight, thank you.
All right. City Clerk?
I guess I'll just introduce the Deputy City Clerk, Ashley Platts. You might be seeing a little bit more of her. We're doing some cross-training, so in case I can't be here, she can hop right in and not skip a beat.
Perfect.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Bring some coffee. All right. Item number 18 is adjournment. Could I get a motion, please?
So move, Weiner.
Second, Taylor.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We are adjourned back. Now we need to adjourn into our work session. And why don't we take a 5-minute break? Sold. All right, it is July 12th, 2022. Which we didn't have time for earlier today. And the first item was clarification of agenda items, which we've already went through our agenda items. So we're going to go on to the next item, which is information packets discussions. And we'll start with June 23rd.
IP2, the Neighborhood and Development Services memo, the annual report. Thank you very much, Tracy. It's very helpful information, and I have to say that the graphs and the pictures make it much more interesting to follow through and read. So I appreciate that you included that. That's really fun and very, very important data. So thank you for that.
Agreed. Yes, thank you, Tracy.
Next info packet is June 30th.
IP4, the civil service exam results. Just quickly, just wanted to mention, I think Janice sort of touched on it earlier, about the 6 new staff for transit operators. We've been hearing how it had been really hard to get bus drivers, and so it was great to see those. Welcome to those 6 people on that list, and congratulations, and it's good to see.
And then we are on to June 7th, and we do have IP4 that we'll discuss, but June 7th?
July 7th.
July 7th.
It's okay.
July 7th. Anything else before we get to IP4?
Just want to highlight IP8, which was the building statistics for the month of June, which were much, much, much better than the rest of the year. We were at 62 million, and the next highest month so far this year was about 10.4 million, and several below 5, or a couple below 5 even. So really grateful to see that addition.
And I would just call attention to IP6. Just the budget at a glance is very helpful to get an overview.
Mm-hmm. All right, we are on to IP4 from July 7th. And Tracy, you want to give us an update?
The city owns a property. It's at 724 Ronald Street, and this is a property that we purchased on a sheriff's sale back in 2016. It had a history of deferred maintenance and nuisance issues. So we bought it in the hopes of, with the intent of, we were going to demolish the home, and we were going to build something based on the missing middle, doing a missing middle housing demonstration. So we've owned it since 2016. Earlier this year, we did a periodic inspection, and it did have deferred maintenance. There were some issues with the roof. There were problems. We declared it a dangerous building, and we demolished it. So it is a vacant lot right now. We were approached by the school district about the possibility of dedicating that lot, basically selling that lot for the student-built home. They've not had a student-built home, the official program, since 2010. The school district has hired an instructor. So the home, it's zoned RS8. It is in the Brown Street Historic District. The home would be there. It'd be a single-family house. It'd be built by the school district. The Housing Fellowship would own the house. They would operate it as affordable rental for large families. It would be dedicated. It'd be permanent affordability because it'd be placed in their portfolio. The zone is RS8, so it does allow single-family detached properties. I think we were hoping that someday we would do a form-based code in this area and that maybe we could increase the density, but it's in a historic district. It's zoned RS8. It does have an alley, so there's a potential because of the width of the lot that we could have 2 separate lots. So there might be a time where the school district could, or the Housing Fellowship, if they were to own the lot, could split the lot and we'd have 2 lots. The proposal that we're talking about, like I said, is that the Housing Fellowship would buy the lot. The school district would hire the instructor, and they would provide the students and the instruction for the lot. The home builders would provide technical expertise. The home builders would go through the design, the planning process. They would do all the skilled part. The school district may have to, they use their students, but they would have to hire contracted labor for the parts that they couldn't do. What else? The Housing Fellowship was interested in acquiring this lot because they have a difficulty. The last 2 years they've bought or they've purchased about 45 units. They're all 1 or 2 bedroom homes. They've had a difficult time placing larger families. They haven't been able to place those families that need 3 to 5 bedroom homes. So this project would fit that need. They would need to apply to us for our affordable housing fund. We have opportunity funds available to acquire that lot because the city would have to sell the lot to them. So they would apply to us for the affordable housing fund, for the opportunity funds to acquire the lot. We would sell it. They would enter a MOU with the school district, the home builders, the vocational training council, and the housing fellowship to develop this lot. The students would start enrolling this year to do the prerequisites so that next year they can enter the student-built class, and that would, so they'd build the house in the 2023-24 school year, and then if we're able to have that western lot, there's some private sewer easements that need to be worked out, they'd be able to do the second home the following school year. So the proposal hits a lot of our strategic planning priorities. Oh, I forgot to mention, since it's in the Brown Street Historic District, the house has to meet the historic character of the neighborhood. It has to go through HPC to get approved. It has to be 1.5 to 2-story single-family home. The chance that we could get at density is as if the Housing Fellowship wanted to proceed maybe with an accessory dwelling unit, those that can be added to the back of the house or they could add on to a garage. But there will be HPC involvement because they have to prove the design to get the building permit. So it meets a lot of goals, like I said. There's student training, vocational training into the trades. It gets dedicated into permanent affordability with the Housing Fellowship. It's rented at below fair market rent to those below 60% of median income to larger families. The Housing Fellowship, since we don't know design costs, we don't know the final design, we don't know how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, there's always the cost of construction right now. So we don't have a cost, but there's possibility as the Housing Fellowship works through the design with the HBA, that they might have to apply for additional funds. Depends on what those final costs are. We don't know. But that would come back to you. Right now, what the proposal is are you interested in selling this lot to the Housing Fellowship so they can dedicate it to this program? They do need to know because the home builders have to work with the Housing Fellowship to get those plans ready. So this year, they'll be working on plans, design, getting city approvals, which includes HBC approval. They start working on ordering supplies for the next year and doing some on-site construction. And GT Carr with the home builders is here if you have any questions about their process. But they need to know before the school year. They need to know in August if this is the lot that will work. Otherwise, they will have to scramble to get a different lot in order to start this process so that they're all ready to go for the 23-24 school year. Was that accurate? Okay. And then either GT or I can answer any questions that you might have about the lot.
Can I ask a question that it's backing out a little bit? I think that the description of this is incredibly interesting, and I really like how many different things are beneficial to the community, both in the process of building the house and then what its intention is. But I do have some questions about process. One is there an established process for this? Have there been instances where the city has owned property and then made decisions about its, sort of what happens with it? You know where I'm going with this. I've gotten feedback that it's like the public wasn't involved in this at all. So can you talk to that?
We rarely have land that we just sit on. The only other land we have is the 6-lot townhome in Lindeman we're using as land banking. We typically don't have, but we do get requests. I get requests about once a month from developers. Do we have land, for LIHTC projects? Do we have properties available? Typically, we don't. So we've had this property. Like I said, we were waiting for different code changes, different form-based codes that probably could do. We've had it since 2016, so we just didn't have an opportunity to do. You'd have to rezone that whole neighborhood in order to get a higher density than that single-family home that the current zoning designation allows. So we had the property. The school district needed land for the student-built house, so I think they contacted the city. We actually had a lot, so that's how it happened. That's how the proposal came to be. Typically, since we don't have just vacant land we own, I think we do RFPs like we did for the Chauncey. We did it for the.
Yeah, I can elaborate on that a little bit. I mean, when we've done this before, I'm thinking of like the Public Space 1 houses in the north side. We acquired those. We did an RFP, and we vetted a couple of different options there. The Chauncey, the Rise. Those are some of the more recent ones, although they're not necessarily recent as in the last couple of of years. Our intention has shifted a bit with this. Our plans have shifted, and I want to be clear on that. Even as earlier as probably the beginning of this calendar year, our intention was to do an RFP and see what proposals were there. But as soon as we learned that the student-built house program was officially coming back and that they needed a lot, we felt that this was a perfect opportunity. And they are working on a tight time frame. If you want to go the RFP route, we can certainly do that, and that would be consistent with our past direction on this. We'll probably miss out on this partnership, and we'll still work with the schools to try to find a lot. Maybe that's in Iowa City. We don't have other lots to offer, but maybe there's a way for us to participate in some lot. It may be in Coralville, it may be in North Liberty, it may be somewhere else in the Iowa City School District region. But again, this opportunity came to us, and as Tracy said, it checks a lot of the strategic goals that the council has in terms of being able to provide permanent affordable housing, partnering with trusted partners, both government, nonprofit, and private partners. We can increase the density potentially from one single-family home to possibly two, with possibly two accessory dwelling units. I can't commit to that now because we still need to go through the trust fund, the housing fellowship would have to go through the design process with the home builders, but that's certainly a possibility. And we know that the design will ultimately be reviewed by your Historic Preservation Commission. So we felt like, boy, this checks a lot of boxes, and we still have some pretty strong assurances that the end product is something that we're going to be really proud of. And I think it's a pretty special opportunity as the school district brings this program back for us to jump on board first and say, hey, we want to be a partner with this too. So that's a little bit more background. And again, I do want to acknowledge that this isn't something that's been in the works for 6 months. This has been a little bit of a change of direction for us, but we felt the opportunity was pretty special.
Thank you for the context.
Well, I just wanted to also, I think I'm really interested in the collaborative effort here that's been identified. We did receive a letter from Kevin Boyd with HPC rather, sorry. I do feel I would like to hear from Historic Preservation. They have a meeting coming up Thursday of this week. I'd like to hear from them before we make a decision on this. It does check a lot of boxes. It misses some boxes, including the whole missing middle concept. That was really the idea behind purchasing this property, was to explore, which I think was noted in the memo, that it serve as a demonstration project for how missing middle might be employed in the core neighborhoods. And so that was certainly an expectation of mine. I'd be interested in seeing if there aren't ways we can move forward with that concept prior to having some wholesale rezoning of the area. The other point and concern that I have is that this process, because it's moved at a pretty rapid pace, has had no neighborhood impact or involvement. And this is something of, considerable interest to the North Side neighborhood and to those in the core neighborhoods in terms of the outcome. I think there's a lot at stake with this project. I've tended to view it in that sense, if we're looking at it as a demonstration project, that it's, we're trying to model a concept for how infill can be done well in the core neighborhoods. And so the outcome of this project carries that weight. How well will it be done? If it's not done well, the whole notion of being able to promote infill in the historic neighborhoods would not be advanced with this project. I'm very optimistic that we can do a great job with this project. And I think this team that's been assembled could, possibly be part of the process, because I am intrigued with the idea of the mentorship opportunities that it provides, the, working with the school district, the four aspects of the vocational training council, the housing fellowship as a future owner of the property. All of that, I think, is great, and I'd like to try to hold on to that concept and build on it. At the same time, I think there are some other aspects to this project that I think we need to incorporate into the process before I'm willing to sign off on it.
When is the date that the city kind of need to know this?
Can GT answer that? He's, okay.
Hello?
Hey, GT Carr, I'm current Vocational Training Council president. The issue with the timeline, to answer that, is working backwards. We need to be in a position to get school board curriculum approval, which we would submit with plans and the concept to them in October for their November meeting. And we need to have plans based on a concept probably by September, which I think we can do. But I think the reality is, to just answer the question, is if we probably can't get consensus at next meeting for the reasons outlined by Mr. Thomas, then the project would probably just go somewhere else, which, fine. And I would add one other component. The concept that we're rolling out is we would try, our goal is a net zero design on this as well, so.
Your goal is what, sorry? I did not hear the last thing you said.
zero.
Turn up that mic a little.
Net
Oh,
zero.
net zero.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Thank you for that. I wanted to know the timeline because I've heard some things from fellow counselors here. One, I think it hits a lot of the boxes, and net zero is really impressive. I also am very conscious of the public process that is probably going to be very important for this on a lot of levels, as Councilor Thomas has mentioned. So I don't know that, we could have an answer by the next meeting, because it would be in our work session and public wouldn't come until, the formal meeting to even give thought processes. So I guess for me, we won't be able to meet their timeline. So for me, I guess council, I think we have to give some thoughts and direction to staff. And that would be that we, put out an RFP and see what we get.
Well, just one clarification, Mayor. If the council did want to move forward, what would that timeline look like? I mean, what could we do if we wanted to, just to make sure that I'm clear on?
Sure.
If the council wants to move forward.
What would have to happen?
Well, I think what we're asking tonight is if you think that this partnership is worth pursuing on this particular lot, we're going to get to work on it right away so that they can enter the design process and meet those objectives. If you want to have neighborhood meetings up front now, then we can do that, and I guess that'll inform the RFP process that we put out, and the RFP will, we could probably turn around and get that out in, I don't know, 60 days, 90 days, if we want to have neighborhood meetings first. I think there's opportunity for neighborhood input. I mean, we're asking for consensus around a partnership. We're not necessarily saying, give us this consensus now and there'll be no engagement. We know there's going to be a minimum level of engagement, which is with the Historic Preservation Commission, but we can work with the partners to provide other engagement opportunities. I don't know what that looks like right now, but I don't want you to think like this is the one window we have for neighborhood engagement, and if we don't hit it, we can't proceed. In my view, we can figure that out. I'm not sure we'll meet all expectations, but
At least for me, I think neighborhood, or just the public involvement, informs my decision. And so certainly, if we can have some neighborhood and, good neighbor meetings of some type, hear from the HPC, then I would be better informed to make a decision as to what direction to give staff personally.
I agree, Mayor. I was really pleased to see this project, because I think myself and many others in the community have been trying to talk the school district into revitalizing that home builders program. And my nephew in Des Moines, over 20 years ago, was part of a program in the Des Moines School District, and still 20 years later, driving by that house, he's so proud, that I helped build that house. It's a really good program, and I was most pleased with that process, but having the Housing Fellowship also involved in it was really important. But I do think an important piece of the process is the historic preservation part of it, and in light of the letter from Kevin Boyd, I do think that we should maybe pause a bit on a decision until after their meeting, which is Thursday, but I don't know if that's going to screw up our timeline then. But I think out of respect to them, we should do that. But
If I may, and this is with respect, I did hear from a number of people, and I was like, yeah, the process part really bears some questioning. But I will also say that it seems very clear to me that this was an incredibly rare opportunity that literally sort of fell from the sky in very quick time. And so this is sort of, it's going in reverse of usual process that hasn't had to occur, but is normally done on good faith. And I think that I'm mindful of some conversations that we've had recently about wanting to be very clear about what our strategic goals are. And this is an opportunity that's going to help with the future of our economy through kids getting skills, through mentorship, by being able to work through infill. And I realize it is not the exact configuration of the missing middle. However, this is actually giving affordable housing in perpetuity in the core neighborhood. So I feel in many ways I'm actually inclined to say, yes, I would vote for this to go forward, because I think this is an opportunity that, well, y'all know me. I'll be blunt. I think we would be foolish to pass this up. I really do. And this is also me saying, and we need public input, but there will be time for it. And I think that it behooves the council to put that, to make sure that that happens, right? Staff needs direction, wants direction, for us to say, let's make sure that there's plenty of opportunity once this land has been purchased and plans are put in place for public input and for the core neighborhood and for the Historic Preservation Commission to be able to say, what does this need to look like to fit this area? I do respect everyone on this, and I respect the need for input. I just think this is an opportunity that would be incredibly short-sighted of us we're looking for purity. We're not going to be able to check everything. And there's so much good that could come from this, and there will be public input. It's not like all of a sudden someone just like, go to it, let's build something. So I'm sorry, I felt very strongly there for a moment. I was like, I can't disagree more.
Well, I can tell you, as the parent of someone who participated in the first student build project done in Iowa City several years ago through Kirkwood Community College, that it is an amazing opportunity. That they produced, the one that Leah worked with was with the Reach for Your Potential. They produced a house over the course of the summer in which 5 persons with disabilities now live. It's a beautiful house. It fits with the neighborhood where it was built. The young people are under the instruction of construction and house and professionals. They are only there during certain hours of the day. It's not, if we want to support young people staying in this community, young people learning the trades, and young people then being invested in this community, as well as people in the neighborhood seeing that they are investing in their young people to be part of this community, with a process that will require absolutely that Historic Preservation approve the design or have a say in the design to make sure that it fits into the neighborhood. it's really hard. Yes, I understand the process is a little bit backwards, and we can make sure that everybody has their say in the design to make sure that they are okay with it. It's, to me, it's having seen it in person and having seen, like, my daughter's now an apprentice with the Carpenters Union here, in large part because of that program. This is a great opportunity. And I want to make sure that, yes, there's also room for the input that needs to happen.
Once we sell this property, can we have a design concept or a
Yeah. Like I said, we'll enter agreement, we'll have a deed restriction. We can't have a good neighbor policy regarding design. It's going to be, the way it's zoned now, it's going to be a single-family home.
Yes.
We might be able to do two. We can't just rezone just one lot. So we could do form-based code, but that'd be for an area. It wouldn't just be for one lot. So
Sure.
if you want to wait to get that missing middle and rezone like a whole neighborhood, that's going to take some time.
Yep.
We'd miss this opportunity.
Right.
So the question is the design of the home, because it's going to be a single-family home, possibly two single-family homes. So what does that design look like? We can have a good neighbor meeting. We can get that input. We can have I'm pretty sure the Housing Fellowship and GT Historic Preservation Commission to ultimately approve or comment to get approval. So a good neighbor meeting is not, I don't think that's a problem.
okay.
I'll just mention that, missing middle has been a concept that's been, applied in many, many communities across the United States. And this issue of how well will it work in a single-family zone has been addressed with the concept of applying a pilot program. Rather than just saying we're going to allow a zoning, change to our zoning code, which will be applied to a large area. You identify a site which provides an opportunity to pilot the concept through a community planning process so that it's allowed to be studied on that site. And so that was one concept that I had in mind. I mean, we Opticos was involved in this effort 5-6 years ago, whenever, it's quite some time ago. They designed missing middle prototypes for that site.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we haven't moved forward on the concept of the form-based code over this period, but I have seen that other cities have applied the concept of a pilot program as a way of testing an idea without committing to it on a broad scale, so that you have an opportunity to work through whatever issues may come up before opening it up.
We'd have to work with legal to see if we can
Yeah,
do that.
I know, I understand that.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Well, I just think it's really important that we understand the strategic priorities that this partnership and this opportunity would support. And for myself, who literally campaigned on process, right? I'm like, process is so important. I'm going to get in and make sure that we have processes that are reliable and effective and people know what to expect. I completely support this partnership. I think it's very important that we not lose this opportunity. And I agree with what my colleagues, Janice and Megan, were saying about there will be the opportunity for public input. And I don't want us to micromanage that at the front end and lose this chance when we know that those who are really invested in the core neighborhoods and at the Historic Preservation Commission are going to have those chances. They're the ones who should be receiving that input directly anyway, not us at this stage. And so if we delay and lose this opportunity, we would be foregoing permanent, affordable housing on an infill site in the core neighborhoods, which is like a unicorn. I really don't want to miss that opportunity. The partnerships that we would have through the Home Builders Association, with the school district, with the Housing Fellowship, as I think Jeff said, I think we have really good assurances that that would be successful based on our prior relationships based on projects and work that we've seen based on the people who are involved. We can be confident in that. Legally, we can restrict what has to happen there. We can say if we're selling this lot, it's going to be for this kind of, this program, and here are the parameters that it has to fit within. So we will know what will happen and that it won't become something different in the future. And the net zero, I just think this checks so many boxes. It would be silly for the idea of, a perfect project, which I understand, John, that desire to have more front-end input. But I think the idea of maybe missing this opportunity for that would be really would be a shame. I also feel very strongly about it. Thank you.
I was just going to say, I would agree with the last three statements. I do say this is a great opportunity, the education, and again, agreeing with there are concerns about process, and had this come to us, if it had existed 4 months ago, I'd be all down for like the RFP if we had time to do that. I honestly can't imagine an RFP that would excite me as much as everything that comes with this, especially partnering with the school district, the educational opportunities. One other box I'm just going to throw out there that could be easy to check, and maybe you already do this, but would be to partner with some of our local trade unions, our carpenters and so on, to have some sort of, I think there's some real opportunities there, just to toss that out there. If you're looking for extra boxes to check, I think that would be a great one. But yeah, so I would definitely agree with thinking this would be a partnership that is good enough that it sort of overcomes some of the shortcomings that normally would be more of a stumbling block. So
I'm convinced. The reason I'm convinced is that I think the design process is more of the concern that I had for the delay, but I would agree that this opportunity is great. I would agree that the partnerships would be great. We're not talking about partners that we're going to second guess what their real motives are. Should they get this property? We don't know what the value of this property is, what we're selling it for, but that'll come, I'm assuming, once we figure out, what is the land worth. So I guess for me, the majority of what I'm hearing is support for moving forward, and I can support that as well.
We just have to make sure, I think in good faith, that we do the outreach to make sure that we get the feedback at the moments when we, well in advance. And as part of the process, it's just, we're doing it a little bit in reverse because it fell from the sky or flew in, I don't know. Whatever unicorns do? Yeah.
We're talking about houses, so they do tend to drop once in a while, right?
So for a good neighbor meeting, it's the Northside Neighbor Association. Is there any other, usually we invite neighbors within so many feet of the home. Is there anyone else you want us to include for a good neighbor meeting?
No one else that I can think of unless...
This might be something that the HPC might have some thoughts on too.
Oh, sure. Okay.
And they're meeting, in 2 days?
In 2 days.
So we can
It
communicate
is
that to staff.
it is of general interest, as I was saying, so yeah, we need to think about what the engagement consists of.
We can brief staff for the HPC meeting. Jessica can talk about with the commission at that Thursday meeting.
Yeah. Well, great. Thank you.
So the next step will be for us to return with an agreement to sell the property to the Housing Fellowship. And your conversation's very helpful. We'll be able to anticipate more of the conversation that'll come at that moment, at that time, and be able to speak to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Thanks. Any more items from information packets? USG already gave their report. Any council updates? Last call? Hearing none, we're adjourned. Enjoy your night.